Dan sits in his workspace, neath the neon lights, crafting dreams of starships, coding through the nights. Claire runs the forums, heart open wide, a community nurtured with her love and pride. Galaxies and star charts fill Dan's weary mind. He's reaching for the future, leaving Earth behind. Claire's got the answers for every fan's plight. Together they're a beacon shining in the night. Whoa, Dan builds the starships that fly through our skies, while Claire holds the hearts where the universe lies. In the vast dark void, they bring the light, building dreams together until morning's first sight. Late night coffee, lines of code, Dan's eyes grow dim, but Claire's gentle touch keeps his faith within. She's the tether to Earth when he drifts too far, guiding him back like the North Star. Forums humming softly, Claire's voice rings clear, a kind word for strangers, bringing them near. Dan's worlds are endless, bound only by time, yet it's Claire's love and hope that makes them shine. Whoa, Dan builds the starships that fly through our skies, while Claire holds the hearts where the universe lies. In the vast dark void, they bring the light, building dreams together until morning's first sight.
Hello. I thought that would be amusing. Thank you, crew. That was really cool. I was giggling to that with Claire earlier. So, on that happy note, what have I been up to? Well, let's have a look. Yes, so F-Deck. I have been fleshing out all of the framework pieces that go around here, getting ready for the new wall panels and flooring pieces. Everything should all line up nicely, and other than cutting out some windows, I think we are good for paneling. Yeah, exactly, Zenevant. It's been a long road. How are we all anyway? I hope we're doing well. Yeah, and I fixed that stuttering problem, so SketchUp is now silky smooth. And it was all because I had a hidden layer which had essentially the entire ship's hull, with many a polygon, and it really just couldn't cope with it. Even though it was hidden, it just couldn't cope. But yeah, deleted that and it's been perfect. So even with literally every single layer turned on, it's still just as silky smooth, which is nice. Yeah, the jury's still out on Ava and her openly Somerset accent. Or slightly Bristolian accent. Yeah, exactly, Festus. Just deleted it. Two ships into one never goes. So something I did to help speed up future work is I have taken the concept of the template pieces that I've been making. I just copied the wrong thing there. And I've been actually using those templates for the sheet metal that goes above each deck to create all the various geometry that's needed in order to weld the walls on top of. So before, I was taking the template and building one solid mesh out of all the template pieces that I'd put together. But this time I'm actually just taking each one of those segments individually where it relates to the templates and making each one of those a component, so I can edit them all at once, which is useful. So obviously any change I make to this one propagates to all of those as well, which just generally speeds up the whole process. Pre-nanite I wouldn't have done that, because obviously that's creating extra geometry where it's not necessarily needed for any visual purpose. But for the practicalities of knocking out these meshes quickly, nanite gives us the flexibility to just suck up those extra polygons without them really causing any kind of performance issues, which is useful. So I've done that for those pieces and this piece down here as well. So all these bits now have all the bits cut out where they're needed. One of the challenges that we're going to have with this is with the new layouts. I've added additional bulkheads at the midpoint of the curved corridors. Before we only had bulkheads in the straight pieces, and really that just wasn't enough bulkheads to make any practical sense. But having them in the middle like this is obviously where I had the doors previously. So I need to move the door one side or the other of the bulkhead, and it's just a case of making the call on which side do we want that on, and how is that going to interfere with where the window placement goes. and also, will it look weird having a door straight next to a bulkhead? But we shall have to experiment with that and see which looks good and which doesn't. I'm inclined to have the doors on this side of the bulkhead, because this is the side which is accessible to just general crew access. So other than that bulkhead there, if the doors were on this side, then only one bulkhead is preventing access into them, whereas if the door's on this side, then you've got the additional security of two bulkheads before you get to the entry point into the room. And given that other than here, that's also where the maintenance tunnel is going to run as well, it means that each maintenance tunnel is protected by two separate bulkheads, which security-wise is probably the best way forward. Yeah, very true, Mark. It's definitely function over form at this point. So I was debating with a bulkhead here as well. So that would be the case around this central ring. So you'd have in the same way that we have bulkheads here and here, we'd have bulkheads there as well. But I think we'll skip it for the central ring because that is going to mess with the internals of the reactor room. There's so much stuff running up and down the walls that if I have to move the door, that's going to make it a bit awkward. So I think in this instance, I'll leave that ring unobstructed. Yeah, so I guess the next one is to get these ones done and get the cross sections in there as well. Couldn't alt-tab to SketchUp then, I think it was auto-saving. Yeah, well, each door is airtight anyway, so the idea is that every single room on the ship is a pressure vessel, and the framework is designed as such that when this is capped off with the top piece, then it creates a pressure vessel on the inside. So the only access point to that pressure vessel is the door itself, which can be airtight, and then any infrastructure running into that room is sealed. They should look reasonably the same, Anasi. The only difference between this layout and the previous one is the segmented nature. So the inner and outer walls are part of an aligned segment, whereas before the number of panels on this wall would differ from the number of panels on this wall, which means there was no logical alignment between them. So again, this is for future features such as the ability to spread fire down the corridor. So if we have a logical node here, and that node can have things like air pressure, air temperature, and essentially whether that node is on fire or not, then that fire will set a light to the floor or the walls. And then if this segment is on fire, then the one next to it will also then trigger it's on fire, and then that will spread segment by segment through the ship. So it's important that the walls, floors and ceilings all form a logical segment like this, so that we can pass those states across each deck. So there is method to the madness. And yeah, it's better that we do that now whilst we're rebuilding some bits than to have to come back and do it later. Yes, Jamo. So these bulkheads here, so there's going to be one in the middle of every single straight piece of corridor has a bulkhead, and I've added these additional ones here as well. So if there was a hull breach or a fire or just an invasion of the ship, anything like that, then all of these bulkheads can be closed, and they're basically firewalls. Yeah, there's no swimming pool, precisely because of passengers. Hey, Dak. So the physical act of a hull breach is something we need to have a think about at some point in the future. what we might have to do is segment the outer hull where the hull paneling is. So obviously you've got the hull plates that go on top of the just plain sheet metal. We'll probably have it so that each one of those hull plates is a logical segment. So if that hull plating is destroyed in a significant way, then that represents a hull breach. And then obviously anything immediately next to or adjacent to that segment then picks up that air pressure state. So say you had hull immediately above this deck. If the hull breach occurred above this segment here, then this segment would inherit the fact that it is vacuum, and then that vacuum state would spread rapidly to all the other segments that are connected to it, and then you'd have this daisy chain spread of vacuum throughout the ship. And obviously different states will propagate at different speeds. So something like fire would propagate relatively slowly, whereas something like vacuum would propagate really, really quickly. Probably a segment per second, something like that. Just needed to re-export this one. Yeah, we had a nice discussion on the Discord actually about what the ship is physically constructed out of. Originally it was Ti3AU, which is essentially titanium gold alloy. It's one of the hardest alloys that's ever been made. Designed for medical applications, things like false joints and things where wear and tear or repeated wear and tear is an issue, and apparently this titanium gold alloy is like super strong, so something along those lines. But someone did actually suggest an alternate to that, which I'm going to have to dig out at some point. I imagine making something the size of an aircraft carrier out of Ti3AU would cost a tremendous amount of money. You're basically making a solid gold ship at that point. Yeah, I'll have to look at the properties of that and see how strong it is. Ultimately, we want something which is super strong, but also with some give to it so it can flex. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, ultimately, the structural framework within the ship isn't the thing which is taking the brunt of any external damage. It's the actual hull plating on top which is going to really take any impacts. Yeah, exactly that, Jack. So we could have it so that the hull plating is titanium gold alloy, super strong material, whereas the ship interior is something more more akin to the HY-120. Yes, Greg, there will be lots of EVA tasks to do So if anything that's physically on the outer hull, like a sensor array or a weapons outcrop, will require in-person maintenance. So if a part blows and needs replacing, then you'll have to do an EVA to go and fit that new part. Yeah, that would do it, CSI. The Ship of Bling. I hope you get well soon, Tycro. Just making sure they're lined up properly. I was going to chop these down the middle and actually make these a part of each of these logical segments, but I think I'll keep them as separate objects because again these are components, so if I move that bracket on this one, it moves it on literally every single one across the whole ship, which is useful when tweaking stuff, especially because I noticed earlier that which one was it? Yeah, here. So you can see that there's a small alignment issue there which needs fixing. I mean, it's not much of a distance. What we're looking at there, it's about 1.3 centimeters, but it's enough to be annoying, so that needs fixing. Consistency is key, because the more consistent you can be across the ship, the easier it is to make new pieces. Yeah, this one goes this side. Yeah, Mark, definitely. We're going to use electrolysis for generating oxygen, and then what's it called? Metho something amine for doing the CO2 scrubbing. Can't remember what it's called now. Ends in amine. Essentially, it absorbs CO2. And then when you heat it, it releases the CO2. And then you can just reuse it over and over. Lot stack, lots and lots. So we've still got the bulk of the modelling around D&E decks that will need to be done. So you're looking at a lot of interior modelling that's still going to be needed, especially with the bigger spaces. Things like the cinema and the bar and the arboretum, that sort of thing. Those things are going to be, big areas with a lot of decoration. So a lot of modelling is going to be needed. So if my segmentation plan bears fruit, these should all line up perfectly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I divide that by 7, they should have magically all lined up. Autosave says no. So yeah, that looks lined up. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, it's really, really handy. There's a bug where normally you could copy, using rotation copy, you could copy an object from there to there, rotating it around the pivot point, and then you can just type like multiply 5 and it will repeat that operation 5 times. But that consistently crashes for me on the latest version of SketchUp. So hopefully that bug will be fixed soon, because that's most annoying. But the divide function still works. So if I copy that to there, then hit divide by 7, it should perfectly space all those out for me. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I don't know what mouse I'm using now. Hang on, it's a Logitech something or other. Logitech M90. It's just a cheapy Logitech one. I also picked up a silent Logitech mouse, and it is truly silent. Like, the buttons don't make any noise when you click them, which is just weird. But it doesn't have a great click feel, if that makes sense. When you click the button, it doesn't have that kind of like feedback at the fingertips, and I found that a little bit distracting. First world problems. I'll have a look at that CSI, thanks. Yeah, it'd be handy just to be able to spin the wheel and not have it like stop. I tend to zoom in and out when I'm thinking about stuff. That's what my brain looks like when it's thinking. Okay, well that actually should be that piece done. And where are we? We're on F deck, so that needs to be hollow in the middle anyway, because it's going to be a two deck tall room. Yes, Greg, we were talking about that with our composer about 6 or 7 months ago now, and I really want something which is context sensitive, and I want to be able to have a soundtrack where you have just sort of a baseline set of sections within the piece, and then you can fade in different instruments depending on what's happening in the scene. So it all overlays on top of each other perfectly. So if you were to like fade in everything, it would still work. But by being able to fade in and out different sections, you can have completely dynamic control over the soundtrack, especially if you have half time or double time on different sections, so you can sort of artificially speed the music up or slow it down just by changing the timing. And as long as each section has a consistent start and end time, like 6 seconds, 12 seconds, that sort of thing, and as long as you stick to that, you should be able to procedurally pick the next section in the track sort of randomly. So it will never repeat itself, it will constantly just be randomly picking the next bit, and with music fading in and out as it goes, you'll pick up on the same piece every now and then, which you've heard before, but it won't be a set repeating track, which is the problem we had previously, where the background music would repeat fairly quickly and it would get quite tedious hearing the same music repeating over and over. So hopefully a procedural soundtrack will solve that. Yeah, exactly that. So our composer Eric would have to compose separate small pieces of music that we can fade in and out. So we could have like a strings heavy section for, say, ice giants and cold planets that we fade in when you're alongside something cold, or have something a bit more brass heavy when you're closer to a star or a really hot object, and then maybe pick some other type of instrument for different types of planets, like Earthlikes could be like woodwinds, that sort of thing. It will allow us to dynamically shape the music based on what's happening within the game, which I think would be quite cool. Yeah, I'm getting slightly better at talking and doing at the same time, but if I ever launch into a monologue, I tend to stop working. I need to stop monologuing. Right, let's get that one exported. There you are, that one. Yeah, I think music for individual factions would have to be something only reserved for the handcrafted races in the game. Obviously, there are going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of procedurally created races in the game, so we can't have an individual piece of music for all of them. But for the hero races that we handcraft, then yeah, I'm sure we'll definitely give them their own score at some point. just doing. I'm like obsessively checking the collisions on these now every time. Yeah, exactly. The lift Borkle. So if my measurements were precisely accurate, then I should be able to copy this entire section of brackets 180 degrees and have them perfectly line up with the other piece. I'd say that was about close enough. In fact, it's so exact that it has Z fighting. So yeah, perfect. Yay for measuring things. And this is why I'm using CAD software, because doing things like that is just so much easier in this kind of form factor. Yeah, well, each deck is in 3 pieces. So in terms of the game's lore, these framework sections are all one solid piece. So the top of the deck below is this sheet metal bit that we've just been doing, and then the deck above has the walls, the top section for those walls. So if I turn on that, so that's your top section. But obviously that needs adjustment because it's the old scaling and the old height. And then on top of that you have the sheet metal. It should be that layer there. So as a solid piece, as it comes out of the factory, where's my widget thing gone? Yeah, so during the ship's construction, what would actually be made would be a solid piece like this. So that contains obviously the room partitions, the ceiling supports, the walls. So all of that comes out as one solid piece from the shipyard, and then all these pieces are joined together to form the actual deck of the ship. And that's exactly how real-world megaships are built. So, ocean liners, aircraft carriers, they're all made this way these days. In terms of the game, we split them into 3 layers, and that basically enables various different views. So if we turn off the sheet metal view, that gives us a nice framework cutaway that will have holes all the way through it as well. So you get this kind of nice frameworky look. And then when we're rendering things like deck plans, we can turn off the top layer as well, and then we just get just the walls, and that enables us then to do deck renderings. So like here, if we turn off that one and that one, we could turn this into a deck plan. Obviously it looks a lot better when we don't just have bare metal. But that's how we're going to be rendering all the deck plans and the cutaways. So it's being built in layers with that in mind already. I can see some pieces here from the deck below which are too high, so we'll get to them and fix those. And also the staircases need fixing as well. So obviously moving the decks apart, we've got this gap between the decks, so these bits need raising up, which means the stairs, as you can see, the stairs don't line up anymore. They're exactly 50 centimeters wrong, so they'll need completely remaking. The angle of this railing will need to be steeper, so we'll remake those, and then we'll rerun the steps down them. It's a bit of a pain, but it's one of those necessary evils. And then we'll decide on the size and the shape of the security desk that's going here as well. Yeah, the invisible layer in CAD was never exported into Unreal, so that never would have touched Unreal at any point anyway. Yes, there will be a new ship build animation once it's all done. So once all of these pieces are all done and polished, and we've got all the interiors done, then again, because they're actually in isolated segments already, like that, then we can do a new animation where they kind of phase in and land, and then we'll have all the sparks going around them as they're welded into place, and we'll have the camera basically slowly pull out as the entire ship is constructed. So I really want to make it so we have the laying of the keel, and then we start just building the layers up and up and up until we have the whole vessel. And then maybe after that we can even do a fly through and have all the interior paneling appear as we're flying through the ship, which would be really, really, really cool to see. You're probably looking at about 20 minutes worth of video to do that, but definitely worth it. And in fact, I suppose while we're on that subject, at the moment the splash screen when you're loading the game is just a really old picture of the ship with a progress bar. But as we load the ship deck by deck, I'm going to take deck by deck screenshots with obviously that deck not present, so you'll actually see the ship being built every time the game loads. So every time a deck's loaded, that deck will be added, stacked onto the overlaid screenshot, which would look really cool. And we'll probably do that for every ship that we build, just to emphasize the fact that they are constructed properly bolt by bolt. Right, what's next? That one's done, that one's done. Guess we need this bit next. Yeah, exactly, Anasi. Including a shipyard as well would be really cool, because we can have like a big manufacturing yard at the top of the arms that hold the ship in place, and as those doors open, we can have the various segments of the ship being flown out by little drones, and put into place, which would be really, really cool. Kind of the equivalent of a modern day overhead crane sort of thing. I would like for the Admiral's yacht to be done as a team effort. So we'll have a concept artist design the exterior and the overall look of the thing. And then obviously I'll get involved when it comes to the internal layout and the manufacturing process for the vessel. And then we'll have modelers making those interior pieces. So the way we want the process to work is we'll have the concept artist doing all the design work, and then the modelers will be just building the things that the concept artists have designed, and I'll just be there in the background saying, yes to that thing, no to that thing, I love the look of that one, I hate the look of that one. So hopefully I can be hands off as much as possible, which will free me up to do the things I enjoy doing, which is the actual architectural side of it, and sort of deciding where do the corridors need to go, and the actual building of the usable space within the ship. Yeah, at some point we'll have a fleet yard expansion where building ships will be a thing, but it's going to have to be modular because of the way everything connects together. All the systems are real, for example, so all the pipes and the cables, they all need to connect up. So the only way to do that in a practical way is to have a central chassis which has things like the power unit and the main gubbins of what makes everything tick, and then you bolt on various utilities to that, and because you're bolting them onto an existing chassis, your cable connections and your pipes will automatically line up where they have to go. And I imagine once we do procedural stations and things, they'll probably work in the same way, and I'm taking inspiration from the Diablo series and how they make dungeons. So you'll have like a tile set for the dungeon, and because the dungeon's built procedurally, it's different every time. So we'll do something similar with alien stations, where we'll have a three-dimensional tile set with set connection points in set corners. So when those tiles are procedurally put together, via the dice rolls, those important bits will always align. Like Starship Lego bricks, basically. I guess not dissimilar to how Starfield do it with their shipbuilding system, only, with wires included. Evening, simply. All good, thanks. So I'm going to need two separate floor pieces here, because we've got the piece which is the maintenance tunnel. And obviously that has a raised platform running through it. So the actual floor sheet metal, yeah, I've done that separately there. So we'll need to do the underlying sheet metal piece, and then we'll have to take into account the wall sections that are going to go onto that. And then I'll need to drop down further as well, so there'll be more of a gap underneath. And we're also going to need, actually, while we're at that, a curved section of template as well. Hang on, do we have a curve on C deck? Let me just double check. No, we don't. So again, in the name of rapid building, I'm copy pasting vertically as much of this template as I can. So you'll see here we've got what are the corners, I suppose you'd call them, sort of the cardinal directions there, and the piece which marks the T-junction is exactly the same scale and dimension on every single deck, which means that the space between that line there and that line there is the same on every single deck. So whether or not you have 5 segments like we've got here, or 6 segments like we've got here, they're both fitting into the same space, so that we can interchange whether or not we have a centrally aligned door or 2 offset doors. So obviously with 5 you can have a central door, with 6 you can have 2 doors with a window each side. It just gives that freedom layout wise to be able to change the layout as needed, but in terms of rapid building you're still working with set building blocks. But what we don't have is a ring 2 curve, because we never made one of those on C deck. So we need a ring 2 curve template to go through there, and again that template won't just serve the maintenance tunnel here, it will also serve the corridor on D and E decks. So the one thing we build will be used in at least 3 different places with consistent scaling. Although this side is awkward because this side has a corridor and the other sides do not, so they're going to have to be 2 separate pieces. Thank you, Festus, and Delta. I'll make sure Claire gets some chocolate. So I'm just looking at this, working out what can be reused easily. And I think what we'll do is, if we take all 4 of those, copy them up there a little bit, make them into a group, and then explode them. That separates them all out into the individual pieces. And then we want to take, I think, that piece there, because these angles here should be consistent, even though we want the curve to go that way. It should still cut in the same place. So that would be for that one. That one's going to need that, so we'll chop that off. That one, and that one. Thank you, Firsters. Yes, I will endeavour to have a nice comfy bed by the time this demo goes live. Right, so again, if everything's been lined up properly, they should perfectly align on the 45-degree rotation. If autosave lets us check. Yep, that's looking good. So we don't need any of the middle bits. Okay, so there's our extensions around the deck, and now we just need to make that that circle all the way around. I need to sit down with Claire and go through that. Hopefully it's quick and easy to set up. we measured it today actually because we were looking for some carpet to put down, and struggling to find the right shade of carpet. So I wanted something charcoalish, but I can only find charcoal carpets for like speckled. I don't want a speckled one. I wanted just a plain charcoal carpet, which is a bit of a pain to try and find. Size-wise, by the way, it was because I actually measured the interior today for the first time. It was 3.4. No, it wasn't. It was 3.4. Yeah, it was 3.4 meters along the longest wall, and it was 6.35 meters along the straight wall there, and it was around about 2.8 meters along the back wall with an angled wall like that. So that's basically the shape of it with its weird diagonal wall, and that is a surface area of 19.68 meters squared. Not sure what that is in square feet. Hang on, I can find out. So 19.68 into feet. So that's 211 square feet apparently. That sounds really big. Yes, Gemma, I modelled it fully in CAD, but the CAD files on my other computer, which is in pieces behind me, so I can't get at it. I mean, height-wise, it's 2.5 meters, so that's what it looks like internally. I mean, it's big, but not big at the same time, because it's big enough for two 1.5 meter desks, a small 2-seater sofa, and then like a meter long kitchen top, which is, you know, basically for making cups of tea. So once the 2 desks and chairs are in there, then that's literally that whole end of the room taken up. So you're then left with what is essentially about 3 meters by 2.5 meters worth of floor just for the VR work. Yeah, I definitely need to hide it in the ship somewhere. Or on a planet surface, so just have a planet with the dev shed just on the surface somewhere. That'd be quite funny. Yeah, for sure. We went into a kitchen showroom yesterday to try and get the kitchen worktop for the sink area, and bearing in mind it's going to be a tiny area, like a meter long. They wanted hundreds and hundreds of pounds for it, and we were like, no, that's just silly. So at the end of our road, there's a guy that does like natural wood tables and things. He basically goes into the forest and chops down the trees there and makes them into tables and benches. So we're going to get him to make the kitchen worktop, which should be really cool, and we'll probably make him do the desktops as well. So 1, it's going to be natural wood, which I like, and 2, it's going to be way cheaper as well, so it's like a win-win. What was I doing? Oh yeah. measure in that. So if you make all those unique, I don't want to mess with the same piece on the other decks. Right, then we'll explode those again for the same reason. Just make sure I'm not interfering with anything on C deck. No, that's good. Yeah, I did debate just going inside to make teas and coffees and things, but it's at the end of the garden, and that's I didn't really want to be trudging out in the rain. Oh, that's annoying. We've got two vertices there which are irritatingly close. Let's just join them up. No, come on, SketchUp, you can do it. To redo that bit because I don't know which one of those was the correctly aligned one. Actually, on that note, let's make sure that we definitely have a correctly aligned one there. .205, 205, so that's perfectly in the middle. What's with that little piece there? Okay, so I'm just working out the measurements here to make sure that everything lines up where it should do. So from there to there should line up exactly on a curve. How many edges did I use there? 3, wasn't it? Yeah, so let's make ourselves a little guide so that we know what our height's at. Set that as scene 1. Yeah. Just want to save the location and then we'll update that one as scene 2. So scene 1, grab our line tool, which one am I using? That one, I think. 3 segments. Okay. Good to get a template on there, so let's get one of our rulers. So what I've done over time is I've created all these various different little templates and guides to aid in making this stuff. So you'll see there the distance between this wall, this wall, and the center point of what is the vertical support, which lines up exactly with the middle there. So from there to there is exactly 50 centimeters, and that is consistent across the board everywhere. Okay, so we need to make sure that we're aligning with that template the same on this side. Okay, yeah, so that line basically needs to be there, not there, so that needs moving over a bit. Yeah, exactly, Firstus. But it helps so much in the long run. Once you've templated out where things have to go, it just makes all the future stuff so much easier, because you're going off of your previous templates that you've made, so that you know you can't go wrong. So like, you know, there's like that should line up with that, and it's slightly off, so I'll just make sure that this is all aligned. So that's perfect in the middle there, which means it's this piece which is wrong, so that's easily rectified. So I think what we'll do is, if we untag those, just keep them handy, because we need to make concentric rings all the way out across to the other decks as well. So I don't think I did one for F deck, and yeah, and that one's just the 3D version that doesn't have the actual floor panels and everything templated out yet. Same with D deck, and obviously C deck is going at a different angle, so that's no good to us. Okay, so what I'll do, if we essentially just delete all of that. Then we'll take that center point there, go across to the midpoint there. Actually, we'll take it to the wall, it'll be easier. Okay, that's one side. And the other side. next thing we need to do is, actually I might just use the ruler for this, it'll be easier. So we'll take our ruler and we'll just rotate the whole thing. This is going to look weird for a minute, so just bear with me. It will all make sense in the end. Oh, YouTube just crashed on me. I'm assuming I'm still live. Yeah, great. Okay. Claire says yes, so I trust her judgment. Thank you, thank you. Now I can't click on the thing I just did, so. Oh. Right, that's better. Okay, so we need a 6-sided curve, and that needs to go from there, and then from there all the way through to there. And that process needs repeating for every major intersect. So these are our actual wall pieces. That's our curve that will eventually go all the way around. And then the same on the other side. Yeah, the issue with using circles is you then have to chop off the bits you don't need, whereas by using just an arc tool like that, you can just draw out the bit you want, which is just generally quicker and easier. And you're not chopping bits up afterwards. draw a midline there across the middle. Okay. Yeah, we may as well grab the outside bit there as well. Both there and there. Hello.
T.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Heyo.
She swoops in and grabs my cup and swoops away.
Tell them to send me a list of what they want.
Yeah, get your orders in, she'll get something made. Right, we should be able to delete our rulers there. Although I will just move them out of the way for a minute. So I think like with these ones here, we're going to have a small overlap. But that's not the end of the world. No, not the shuttle bay yet. This is... well, it's the underside of the shuttle bay once we go that way. Because that's the corridor that goes through to it. No, it's not. Telling a lie. So the shuttle bay will be above here. So underneath here is going to be all the cargo holds. So this is the route through to get to the cargo holds. But before I can do that, I just need to do the segmented template for the maintenance tunnels around there. Just to make sure that we're dealing with consistent segment sizes across every deck. And again, the work I'm doing here is also good for D&E decks as well, so that can be copy pasted straight up to those two decks. Not sure which ones of these got duplicated faces. Yeah, there will be quite a few stairwells. So on F deck, where we are now, obviously you've got the main stairwell and the lift, and then you'll have more stairs access out the back where the cargo hold is. And the maintenance tunnels themselves will have numerous stairways, well, at least 4 up and down G deck, and a couple more going across to E deck, where it meets the ring at the edges of the ship. So there will be stairwells aplenty. C deck has 4 sets of stairwells, and D and E probably have about 6 each. So yeah, it's going to be quite a lot. B deck obviously only has the 1 entry point, so that's the B deck is kind of the single point of failure in that regard. But we'll improve that when we do the Pathfinder class. That can be one of those like things the UN decided to improve upon. There most definitely will, Scorpio, yes. Now, there are no vertical shafts for the simple reason that they're not particularly practical, especially not when you're dealing with like carrying replacement parts and things. So we have stairways rather than ladders. You know, it's difficult to carry a box of replacement parts up a ladder or a heavy piece of equipment. Thank you.
Tea for thee. Everyone else's has been virtually posted.
Ah, thank you. Bye. It could be delta, but if you lower it, then you're at that point you're having to put steps into A deck. Yeah, I read that in Mrs. Doyle's voice. Oh, tea for thee, father. That was my best Mrs. Doyle impression. Ooh, go on. Ooh, go on, go on. Yes, you did, Delta, you big fat liar. He does tend to do that. Give me a straight line, thank you. Right, so that's going to have to be curved there at some point in a minute. Yeah, so like where we have here, where all these bits curve round, we'll need to do the same here. Curve them around there as well. Yeah, that bit can stay square because that's an internal wall. Because all these various bits on these template pieces correspond to bits that get extruded out to create various aspects of the ship. So like these pieces here, I would extrude these bits into floor tiles. And they've been set out as such that when we have the wall pieces in, it gives them the correct gap around the outside. But now that we have our width across there and our edge, we've got that gap between the two. So the next step there is to determine how many segments we're doing. Okay, so it's a little bit less than 2.5 meters, and I'm trying to make it so typically each gap is 2.5 meters, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we're probably going to need an odd number one as well, but let's do 12 for now. So I suppose the easiest way to do this would be to, if we create a little template here. Okay, which means that bit should be equal to that bit, which they both are, so that's perfect. Right, so let's group that up. So all I should need to do in an ideal world is just copy that across there, like so, and then just do divided by 12. Does that give us our 12 segments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. And then each one of those is 2.5 meters exactly, give or take. So that's perfect. That's exactly what we want it to be. Okay, well that went swimmingly. So in order to create that that segment, all we need to do now, if I just update our reference point, is grab that. I'll try it with 3 segments on the curve. Looking a bit low poly. Did I use 3 or 6? Oh, I did use 6. Alright, no, alright, we'll do 6 segments. Yeah, I don't have many extensions on this particular version, to be honest, because moving to the new computer, when I reinstalled everything, I only installed the plugins that I'm actually using. So I suppose on a daily basis, I'm using the joint push-pull from Fredo 6. I'm using Fredo Corner from Fredo 6 and Fredo Tools. I use a couple of those things every now and then. Tools on Surface, I use that quite a bit. Specifically this one because it allows you to do offsets on curved surfaces, which is something SketchUp doesn't do by default. Vertex Tools is really useful, especially that one, merge. So if you've got vertices which are, you might have two ends which don't quite line up and there's like 0.5 mil gap between them, this will join those up. There's an equivalent of that on Blender which I can't remember the name of. That aside, I mean that's the bulk of what I use. Select curve is handy, so it will select like a whole curve rather than like if that wasn't already a curve, it would select all that line, which is useful. And then all this up here is all relevant to subdivision. So if I'm doing subdivision modeling, obviously you've got subdivision tool and the quad face tools, so you can do the typical Blender-esque functions of like selecting loops and doing loop cuts and that sort of thing, and offsetting loops. So I guess this top row is for doing like organic modeling, whereas this is all for my ArchViz stuff. And that's it really. I mean, other than like TIG weld, just for welding things into a curve, I use that quite a lot. And the Fix It 101, that's just really useful for just removing stray vertices and that sort of thing. About it really. I seem to get by with just those tools. I used to have a lot more plugins than that, but I've kind of narrowed it down to those ones. I tend to install plugins as and when I need things specifically. Like the cloth tool, for example. I don't need it right now, but when I make Delta's bed, I'm going to need the cloth tool to do the duvet and everything. So that's lined up properly, they should all get faces. Hoorah. Right, so how far is that from there? That is 60. Normally I just offset that edge by 60, but I'm going to be a little bit OCD over it and just make sure that it's definitely precisely exactly 60. when you offset, it doesn't tend to adhere to your number quite as accurately as you'd like it to. Help if I had the right layer on, wouldn't it? Right, there we go. So there's our template piece. So we're missing a couple of minor details on there. We want to make sure we've catered for the edge of the carpet, which is that line there, and then the edge of the indentation that goes down to create the cavity underneath, which is this line here. So I know that the outer one is 10 centimeters, and then that one is 5.5. Let's just try doing this with an offset and see where we get to. 5.5 and 10. Does that do it properly? Yeah, it did. Great. So that should be 10. Yep. Yeah, so we could, and indeed have done in the past, use spline meshes for this. So one of the first things I ever actually started doing for stage 9 was building spline hallways. So, you know, being able to build out a deck by tracing the corridor along the deck plan and having it literally build the corridor procedurally along the spline, which is fine and that works, but the problem you have is with tangents. So say you've got a wall which is like cubes, and this really kind of became really obvious when trying to do it on the Orville, because the Orville's got cubes on the walls. So if you've got a wall which has cubes, when you stretch it along a spline, you'll find that they're not cubes anymore. You'll have like a couple of rectangles at each end and then a much larger rectangle in the middle. So it doesn't scale them consistently across the whole length of that space. If it scaled it all equally along, it would be perfect and we could use it, but it's not quite that simple. And especially when it comes to things like fitting door frames and window frames, you'll find that the elements of the frame will start stretching, and then when you have a spline mesh, you need to make sure that the vertical cut lines in the mesh are consistent all the way through the mesh, because when it tries bending it along a curve, if you don't have consistent vertical cuts, then the geometry starts to twist and bend. So yes, it is possible to use a spline to generate any corridor of any shape. The results are not always consistent, and by the time you've labored over getting the tangent scaling correct and sorting out all the vertical cuts so that window frames don't distort and all the little niggles you get with it, you could have done it already just by making it. It doesn't take long to extrude things once you've got your template done. So I just find that, yeah, I guess for the OCD side in me that wants things to be lined up perfectly, I would much rather do it like in CAD, so that I know that it's literally millimeter perfect, and there's not going to be gaps in the walls and gaps in the floors and all the other, you know, small issues that creep in. Where we can save time in the future is by having actual modular designs, where obviously right now, you know, technically this is modular because each one of these pieces is identical, so you know, we are copy pasting a modular piece along this curve. But to do that on more of a macro scale, so like this entire piece would be one modular piece, and then we can just swap them in and out as required. So I think for future vessels, as we design and build them, we'll try and make them a lot more modular so that we can build more quickly, rather than the very manual process which is used for this. But like I said, now that I've made this template piece here, this is good for 3 hull decks, and it's good for doing the maintenance tunnel segments just as much as it is for doing a corridor up on D deck, because they're all adhering to the same wall position and the same scale. So all I need to do now is get rid of all these little rulers we made, because we don't need them anymore. Yeah, I kind of like the fact that, you know, in the game's lore, this is an experimental vessel, but it's very much experimental in reality as well. So there we go, that's all those pieces nicely aligned. And as you can see, they joined up perfectly at the other end. And then all we need to do with that is just copy it by 45 degrees. If I can find my center line, there we go. So now normally I would do like ×5 and have it automatically populate all the way around, but that's almost guaranteed to crash, so I will save it and we'll give that a try. I'll fix them for you, Greg, hang on. There, look. Now they line up perfectly. No, I think this is probably one of the only human vessels that will have the circular core in the center. I ended up going with this for 2 reasons. One, it's easier to build a ship in a circle because, like as I've just done here, you can just copy paste things in a circle, which instruction wise, is a lot quicker. But two, it's also it packs in crew quarters really, really tightly as well. So a circular design is really compact and really efficient. But we kind of want to steer clear of that for obvious reasons. Right, let's see if this crashes. Oh, no. No, still not crashing. Excellent. Well done, SketchUp. Pat on the head. Of interest, actually, how much more do we need for D-Deck? So that's good for this corridor here. We're going to need a T-junction version of it there, which is simple enough. And then that's a double width version of the corridor there anyway, so yeah, it should be simple enough. I think what I will do for the actual build, the public build, because we need to define like at what point do we stop with the internal ship modeling, and I think I will stop at this ring here and then just leave the forward and aft sections as grey box, because I'm not going to get all of it done, but I will put in the stairwells. Even if they're just roughed in for now, we'll definitely get the stairwells done. Then it's at least as much stuff that was in the demo that is currently available, because I think the current demo stops here anyway in terms of the wall panels, and it's going to be quick and easy to panel all of this because it's just a straight run of panels all the way along, and they'll all be the same size, so that's just a really easy copy paste job around there. So it shouldn't be too time consuming. Right, so this one here is going to be slightly more unique than the others because this one needs to be a straight connection. Not yet, Delta, but it will be coming soon. With every patch cycle, more and more of the ship interior will be built out. So, yeah, well, literally every patch cycle it's going to be this feature, this feature, this feature, and more of the ship interior. No, I've never used a 3D mouse before. To be perfectly honest, the idea of a 3D mouse seems weird and unnatural, but I'll happily give one a try to see. I think these rulers can go now, we don't need them anymore. Sure, I'll have to give one a try and see how I get on with it. So there's going to be a bit of weirdness here. Essentially, these need to move. That can stay as is. So I think they're already lined up with that. So it should be 0. Yeah, so that's a length of 0 there. So these ones are fine. But these ones need to move. Hopefully they're, yeah, so they're part of the same group, so that's fine. I can just move those along. The help of it was angled differently, but hey ho, we have to work with what we've got. So these ones are going to be easier because these ones are already on the right alignment, which means I can just drag these along a set axis, like so. And then that one's no longer needed. Well, that's going to be nice and awkward. I think what I'll do here is rather than having the door straight there, I think I'll actually bring it in. So the door to the maintenance tunnels won't be along the wall like that. It'll be in a bit of an alcove, because otherwise the support strut is going to be here, which is going to be completely in the way. So what I can actually do is maybe have the door there in the middle, not unlike how the bulkheads run in the middle. Yeah, that would definitely make life easier. It'll make that space at the end of the corridor a little bit more interesting as well. We can put like a little light in the ceiling above it and make it more of a thing. Yeah, all that. Obviously, we're constrained there width-wise because of the battery rooms. But yeah, there's no reason why we can't indent that or have that. Oh, to be honest, actually, now that you mention double wide support, this is like the main cargo corridor through here, so we could make this more of a substantial door and then have this section be a double wide section, because there's going to be cargo being carried back and forth. So rather than having just a standard sized corridor, widen it up a bit to make room for boxes and lifting equipment and that sort of thing. It would make more sense. Yes, yeah, it's mirrored, so same on both sides. So like that piece doesn't need that bit there. We can get rid of that bit there. Yeah, and the wall is wrong anyway, so that can come out. So that wall is already good. So ideally this here, which is a set group, should be using this one, which should be a component. Yeah, so take a copy of that. Get rid of that one, paste that in there. Twiddle it round a bit. And that all pre-aligns, so that's better there. So that edge piece needs to be redone. I've got layers on top of layers here. Is that because it's copied across there, maybe? Yes, it is exactly for that reason. Okay. Right, I'll leave that as a separate group then, because this battery room here has got maintenance tunnel either side of it, whereas that one has the corridor and the maintenance tunnel, so it's a different arrangement. Right, so under here then, the general goal here is to have a cargo lift in the shuttle bay there. Right, autosave is being keen tonight. Yeah, so cargo lift here, which takes you down into that part of F deck there. But one of the things we can do, because even though we've got a double deck height on D and E decks, the ship is still quite flat on the side, and I'm thinking it would be good to have a bit more chunk to it on the underside. So I was thinking, obviously we need the gas scoop hardware under here anyway, and that's going to create a lot of hull geometry to surround it. So on the underside under here, we could actually have a separate little shuttle bay just for engineering, and we can have a refinery. So what I'm thinking there, logic-wise, is we have the cargo holds slung underneath there, and then where we have the curve as it goes down into the neck, we have another shuttle bay entrance underneath, and in there we have the repair craft, like little repair drone things flying out and fixing the FTL coils, the mining rig that you fly out to do the mining with, and the actual hardware for processing what you bring back on the mining rig. So it's a lot more of an industrial use shuttle bay. And then at the back here you have the main shuttle bay, which is just cargo and people. So all that like dirty ore refinement stuff is completely divorced from the main shuttle bay. And that gives us more scope then to have bigger cargo holds and add some flesh underneath the ship there, so it's not quite so thin. Yes, Greg. So in terms of internal decoration, there will be, the plants. These are going to be planters around here, and obviously we've got a spiral staircase with a lift, and there'll be some plants there as well, and those will look different to the ones on this side. So we could have like a red plant over here, like a red fern, that doesn't exist on this side of the ship. So visually there will be clues that this side's different from this side, and obviously these planters will all be completely unique with unique arrangements of plants in them. The actual stuff at the front and the back of the ship's all going to be completely different. So like on this side you're going to have the internal security offices on this side, and most likely on this side we'll have things like uniform 3D printers and washing facilities for like the laundrette, that sort of thing over on this side. So you'll have different infrastructure on different sides of the ship. So whilst physical structure wise it's mirrored in terms of the construction of the ship, the actual layout of the rooms will be slightly different, and the use of those rooms will be different, obviously. Yeah, yes, ultimately, I think as we extend the customization options throughout the ship, I said that we'd be able to do different colours on different decks, but being able to segment that into also different quadrants could be good as well. Yeah, definitely, Greg. One of the things I felt was important was, especially on a ship which has a lot of corridors, is to avoid having the same corridors over and over and over. And it's something that we struggled with on the Orville. The Orville interior is very, very repetitive and samey because It's just the same corridor after the same corridor. And because everything has the same design language, it's very easy to get lost because, one corridor looks just like the next. So it's important to have regularly placed interesting things that are just nothing like the corridor. So, like having the interesting planters around the stairwell, like having a spiral staircase with a lift there, and having the seating around there. So there's always something to break up the fact that it's a corridor. So the only stereotypical boring corridors should just be these bits in the middle where the crew quarters are. Everything else should have something visually interesting to look at, which is unique on the ship and different from anything else. So you should have, again, those constant visual clues that remind you where you are, so that you can remember that, yes, this planter here with the interesting shaped plant in it is, that's where that lives. So you know where you are on the ship when you walk past it. And obviously, the back of the ship's completely different to the front of the ship. And as much as, yes, it's a big ship, at the same time, it's not really. I mean, it is only 300 meters long, and in the grand scheme of things, that's not really a very big space. Once you've run around it a few times, it is quite small. Yeah, and then of course you've got Steve prowling around. Right, so in order for me to make the sheet metal to surround these bits, I'm going to have to sort this curve out. I think what you can hear is probably the fish tank. And yeah, Voyager is pretty much exactly the same size, to be honest. It's not far off it. Where's the one I was working on? That one there. Of course, the original Enterprise refit was also, well, supposedly in canon, 305 meters long, including the nacelles. But if you actually try and build the thing, it should be bigger than that. Things don't quite fit with a 305 meter ship. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Greg. Yeah, I'm going to have to do some extra segments on this. So I need to do the curve on there for that to make sense properly. Hopefully that did that the right scale. Yep, that's fine. Oh, actually, there's an extension I don't have. Is the upright extruder. From Eneroth, if I recall. Yeah, that one. Although now that I think of it, that's not actually what I wanted. Although it will become useful at some point. I think it was possibly that one. Yeah, it was this one. It was the extrusion tools. So extrude edges by vector. Basically, we just go up on the up vector and we get our nice extruded edge, like so. Okay, it's one of those like things you'd think it would do by default, but it doesn't. Good night, Zaf. Thanks for joining the stream as always. Yes, Greg, definitely. So the environmental control station on the bridge will be able to set the ship's lighting for like day shift and night shift, and it will change the color temperature and the brightness of the lights accordingly. I did change something on the microphone settings because when I was doing the recording for Ava, I noticed that it kept making me go really quiet, and that is because of the gate. So I turned gate off, and it made a huge difference to the recording because it wasn't trying to decide whether or not to record or not. It was just constantly recording. So I think not having the gate enabled, it's just picking everything up continuously. So I can't remember which edge it was that I measured this from. Was it that edge? So I don't think it was that one. Perhaps it was this one. So one of these will be 30. Ava's not actually connected to the volume controls yet. I'll make sure that we have a voice slider actually for that. Okay, so yeah, so the outer edge of the outer wall is 30 centimeters. Okay, and that is how many segments? Looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like 10. So that would be 30 and 10. So that's our curve. This is where we use TIG weld to make this into a curve. Right, so we want 2.5 on that. That gives us our 1-inch thick metal frame. Okay. Right, and then we need 5.5 for that, and then we need 10 for that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Good question. To be perfectly honest, I'm not quite sure at the moment just how deep that customization is going to go. We're using, or we will be using, metahumans. You know, and there is a lot you can change about metahumans. So it really depends on how deep we go with that system. And that's going to depend on who we get to do the full character system, you know, when we get to that point. So I'd say, you know, it remains to be seen right now, but obviously the more detailed the better, within reason. I've not actually played Cyberpunk yet, so I haven't actually seen what it can do. I do own it on Steam, but yeah, I haven't actually installed it. Hang on a minute, why is that curve wider? Have I made a boo-boo? I think I might have. So from there to there is 70. Oh yeah, so that should be out there a bit more, but fortunately that's easy to fix. Same here as well, just extend that out by 10 centimeters, and let's get rid of the ones we don't want. Fixed it. And then, yeah, that's going to need redoing across there. Actually, I may as well just move that one while we got it there. Yeah, I've got a long list of games I want to be playing. Like I've been like itching to get into the new Baldur's Gate. I loved the original Baldur's Gate back in the day, and Icewind Dale and all of that series, and I played them all to death. But since becoming a game dev, I rarely have time to actually game. Certainly not at the moment. So yeah, I've had to resist the urge to install them. Although during the Steam summer sale, I picked up 5 or 6 titles that I've really been wanting for a while, and they just sat there waiting to be installed. I'm going to save some time here and copy that over. SketchUp moved the flip option off of the right click menu. It's really quite irritating. Okay, there we go. So that's all of the various elements of the curves and the bits where it joins and the edge pieces. So again, that's good for D&E deck as well, because when I make the T-junction, I can just do the same job like here that I did here, just curve those round. So it's good for a T or a crossroads. Right, okay, so that's that all fixed up. Right, so now that we have our template there, right, so where is the GDAG sheet for that piece? So that one there, which doesn't have a sheet metal piece, and then this one here that does. So this one needs a hole in it for the stairs. Okay, then we need a mirrored version of that there. So really we only need this one, so be careful not to move these, because these were actually a right pain to position. Although, hilariously, yeah, I think I'll keep the inside separation different from the outside there. That's fine. That doesn't need to... I've been very careful really across the board. So you'll notice that we've got the support brackets for the corridor panels on the outside and the access into the hollow space on the outside as well. Whereas on the inside, I haven't put any panel brackets because we can have a different number of brackets or a different spacing of brackets on the inside because we don't have to worry about where the holes are. Just separating the spacing of the outside panels to the ones on the inside actually just makes life a bit easier overall, because otherwise you'd have to make allowances for the fact you need the curve to go in there, which means that this piece has to go there at a minimum, which means you're now having to extend that all the way across to there, which means you're now having to extend the floor panel piece across to there as well, and that then following that line makes the gap even bigger on this side, and the whole thing just having what's happening in the corridors driven by what's happening in the room just doesn't really make sense. So it's good to keep them separate because reasons. Right then, let's start cutting out that floor piece. So we will, well, it's not a component, so that's fine. So we can just start carving away at this. So we don't need any of that. So that can all go except for that bit. Need them, don't need them, that can stay, don't need that or that. Autosave. Now I think that I can make these components unique all at once and have it not affect the ones underneath. So yep, those are unique now, and so are those. Yeah, that worked nicely. Right, so that means I can start just chopping away the bits of that aren't relevant to this. Okay, so that's the outline of that framework top section. So all we need to do now is just basically clean up and extrude the various geometry pieces. But I'm just thinking, yeah, because we've got stairwell there, so those are going to have to maybe come in to match that edge, otherwise they're going to stick out a bit. Right, let's start with this bit. so that section gets lifted up. Let's make sure we create our... actually, I'll do that first. To be honest, I should have done that before I start cutting it all up. So you are 35 centimeters away, so that means all we need to do is grab that and go 35 and 37.5. Same on this side. 35, 37.5, and then just bring that in by 3. And same on this side, bring it in by 3. Oops. Okay, that's one support piece. That one. And that one. Right, and that's done all the way across the board. It's going to require some curvature, so I'll leave that one for now. Don't need to worry about that one. I will need to worry about that one though. So now that I have done that, I can very easily just extrude all these bits up where they need to be, like so. We can then make that into a group. Get rid of the extra lines off that one. Bring that down there. Soften that off, get rid of that face, run a fix on all of it. Okay, so that's that bit done. Have a good one, Greg. So again, as with everything else, using the same consistent measurements all the way around means that knocking these out is pretty much muscle memory at this point. So there we go. That's the first piece of the framework. And again, because I'm using the templates to create these pieces, it automatically fills in the other ones for me, which is nice. Yeah, so again, that's going to need a curve, although here's one I prepared earlier, so let's steal that. So that one, oh, no, wasn't happy with that. Too much geometry. Right, so we grab those a minute. Chop the tops off. Then we can just copy them up, nice and easy. I was hoping I could just spin it around that point there, which I might be able to do. I really need to turn down that autosave. Before I do that, actually I'm going to make that a group, because otherwise it's going to intersect with everything, which we don't want it to do, because we want to flip it. Okay, that should be good. Although that's clearly completely wrong. Of course, because it's on a curve. Alright, so that whole endeavour was useless to us, so I'm going to have to redo that a bit. So let's just extrude that up a minute. No, and yes. Right, and then just try and remember how big that extrusion was. So 30, looks like I used 8 for segments. all to do it, I reckon. Sounds good, CSI. Nothing wrong with a bit of super lurking. Don't worry, Daniel Jackson, we won't hold it against you. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Right, where did I go? Copy. Paste. Something like it. Figured I may as well get that one done at the same time as that one, so I don't have to redo the work. Okay, so the other thing I need to do here actually is round that edge off. For that we need to use our friendly extrusion tool. Pretty sure both of these were 10. Yeah, well, hopefully that elevator shaft will be fixed in all of about an hour when this build goes out. No idea actually, Nick. Are they not doing what they're supposed to be doing? Oh, okay. I will have a look. I'm sure there's a perfectly simple explanation. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying the surveying side of things. I was wondering how well the idea would translate into reality when it comes to the processes for going through the the surveying gameplay and sort of nailing down the details for each planetary body. Hey, Timans. All of them. I'm using all of the tools. Yeah, collisions will be something that I do probably right before kind of drawing a line under the modelling work. Because once I'm happy with the geometry, I'll then create a custom collision mesh for things like stairs, which means they'll no longer have rounded edges on the collision mesh, which is what is causing issues with the cat. So hopefully, because these are welded edges, they should follow the slope when I move this edge down. Yes, they do. Good, good. Same over on this side. That'll do, close enough. Okay, that was a annoyingly non-standard piece to do, but it is done. Yeah, one day I will stop working long enough to actually sit down and spend time learning all of Blender's keyboard shortcuts. And I'm sure that a lot of the stuff I do, especially when it comes to like the subdivision modeling, I'll get on a lot better with Blender. silly little things, like when you're doing a loop cut, like in Blender you can move the loop around, and when you're moving the loop it's adhering to the contours of the mesh, whereas in SketchUp if you move the loop it kind of distorts the mesh because the mesh is trying to, it's not rescaling the loop, it's rescaling the mesh instead of the loop. So lots of little niggles like that, which I know Blender does a lot better. But when it comes to simple stuff like this, so by the time I've taken the time to learn how to do it properly in Blender, I would have done it already. Which is usually the problem. Reckons that's not a coplanar edge. I beg to differ. Like it. Yeah, that's very much it for me. Is Blender is all about the keyboard shortcuts, and unless you just instinctively know them, you just spend a lot of your time poking around in the dark, kind of looking for the function you're looking for. One of the arguments against using something like SketchUp is that it's like, oh, it creates horrible geometry. And yes, it does if you let it, but the trick is to not let it do that. Like something like this, I mean, this is perfectly acceptable geometry. Obviously the top is an n-gon, which, if you're doing subdivision, obviously the fact that's an n-gon would be catastrophic because it wouldn't subdivide properly. But it's easy enough just to add those extra edges along there to make that a proper quad model. But it doesn't. It can create awful geometry. You just have to stay on top of it. Obviously I've not beveled any of that yet. I'll do that last. Oh yeah, so I've just realised that I didn't want to do that. That needs to be straight across there because that's going to be a doorway. So that means we need that to go all the way across. So I could do with adding that just to the template, to be honest. So let's get our height, which is there. Lost it. Where has it gone? There it is. Right, then we need to take that across there. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it for me. It's about getting stuff done as quickly as possible, because you know when you're up against it time-wise, you just want to get stuff done. Right, that's better. Oops, didn't want that one. It's other one. To be honest, a mirror of that might work over there. Although that said, do need to cut the hole in there. You're welcome, Delta. And thank you for what you do too. Your support means a lot to us, and I'm sure it means a lot to the people that got keys and things recently as well. It's getting there, Don. Definitely getting there. We're currently doing the essentially the floor, although it's always confusing because the floor is actually the ceiling of the deck below. just getting all those framework pieces in, aligned, carved out properly, ready for the wall panels to go on top, and the floor panels, of course. This one's going to need an extra bit across there as well. Of course, it's the wrong side. There's a good example of SketchUp doing stuff you don't want it to do. I mean, what on earth? Easier just to copy that again rather than trying to fix the mess. There we go, that's better. So previously I used the same framework piece on both sides, but it's not going to be possible now because we've got the grooves cut in for the floor panels, which means that we're going to need a slightly altered version for the other side, around that side there. Yeah, so this bit's going to require the curve cut in, whereas the other side does not. So are you a group? No, you're not. So that's fine. So we can cut the curved one into there then. So that one needs a separate piece there. Which is specifically this one. I'll make that bit before I make that unique. Right, and then these are going to need probably raise them up on a platform. Already unique, so that helps. Okay, that sorts out the cut for the stairs. Well, I might reduce that to 10 to match all the other ones. So all the other little curvy bits are all 10 centimeters. So I might do the same there. And then these basically need to stay in their existing location, because if I move them, it's a right nightmare. And I think if I make that unique and that unique, grab a copy of that. Get rid of that. gives us our cut there. Rather conveniently, that lines up with that perfectly, so that one can just get chopped like that. So again, these are, because the floor tiles in there will be, they'll have cavities underneath like this. So I think these are just going to have to be raised up slightly without any cavity around them. That's fine, that should be easy enough to sort out. And then this side is pretty standard. Actually, this side should be standard to the point that I should be able to copy in some ones I've done already. Should line up perfect. Yep. This is exactly where it should be. We just need to drop it down a tad to line up there. Great stuff. So I won't do the same on this side yet because obviously we've got this raised platform, so I just need to have a look about how I'm going to fit that in. I might do something similar to this, but we'll see. Not sure actually, Anassi, to be honest. I've just been beavering away at it. So I'd say most of FDeck's floor today. You can't see a lot of it because it's underneath the template, but you know, all of that basically. It's all around there, all of that, some of that piece. Thank you, Festus. Years of practice. No, Nicholas, I haven't. I don't know. I don't think people would necessarily want to hear me waffle on with my Somerset twang. Although I did joke with Claire once that I'll read out pi to like 100 digits or something. I don't actually know what that is, Devin. I'll have to look it up. I suppose that could work. I mean, people normally fall asleep when I start talking, so that's probably good for meditation. Something like, allow the crystal energies to flow through your chakras, opening your mind to a new elemental plane. Something like that. See? Instant narcolepsy. It's true, it worked. Oh my god. Maybe I could read out IKEA manuals. Like, insert screw into part B. Oh, hang on, I got one I could do maybe. See if anyone can guess what this is. No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless worlds of space. No one could have dreamed that we were being scrutinized as someone with a microscope studies creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. Few men even considered the possibility of life on other planets, and yet, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours regarded this Earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely they drew their plans against us. Yep, War of the Worlds. I butchered that, but yeah. War of the Worlds. See, exactly, that's what happens. I start speaking and people start sleeping. Right, well, it is almost 4 hours since we started this, so I think what I'll do is I will get this exported. Yes, and then we will call it a night there, and I'll get this put out as a build. Yes, the lift is fixed. Let's give this lift a quick look just to be sure. But should be fixed. I've fixed all the collisions. Where is he? Okay, actually, before I go, I will just work out why he's not moving. Right, so lift. Yep, it's working. I'll add a collision mesh on top of this as well, so it doesn't all get in the way. I think I'll make these lift doors so that they open automatically if they're on the floor that you're on, so you don't have to press the button when you stood in front of them. Come on, Jonesy, try and go somewhere. Come on, just go somewhere. Just, like, try and go somewhere. Oh. Was that him standing up or trying to go somewhere? Never work with children and animals. Okay. That's a good idea. Move. Move. It's like a real cat. Right, fine, I'll check your nav mesh. Ah. Yeah, that won't help. Yeah, nav mesh looks fine. Yeah, I think part of the issue here is that the project defaults collision is set to complex collision as simple. So a lot of movable things like this would have defaulted to that, and of course they can't move if they're set to complex collision. It's weird that you can select project default when this is literally the project default. Engine physics, blah, blah, blah. Default shape complexity. It makes no sense that you can select project default, because like, what would that even be? Funnily enough, removing the plant from the pool table is more problematic than you might think, because it reads a data table and it spawns all of the props and things from that data table. So I need to find the relevant plant in the data table in order to remove it. Oh yeah, that was the problem. Look, off he pops. Two beans. Come on. Oh, for goodness sake. Well, let's assume the cat works, because the Roomba works. Cat's doing cat things. Yeah, so that's always going to spawn there, unless we get rid of it from the data table, which is actually really difficult, because all they're listed as is prop IDs and vectors, so we don't even know which one it is. Unless... no. Because they're not there, and I need to build a much better solution for this. I did it this way so that we could do object permanence, so that it's tracking the vector of any prop aboard the ship, and it saves it as such. But for that to work, and for it not to duplicate items, we need to not pre-position anything in the level. It has to spawn it dynamically at runtime. But of course that means in the level we can't put anything down, which means we can't manipulate and move things around either. So yeah, I need a better way of doing that. I'll have a think on that one. Let's check that these have got the right collisions. Nope. Once these have got custom collision meshes, they won't have issues any further. Yeah, essentially what needs to happen is that they need to be read on game load from where they actually are, and there needs to be a comparison against their item ID against the default spawn location. So if that vector is a certain distance away from that initial spawn location, then we consider it to be a moved object, and therefore we do not spawn it because it will be in the save file somewhere else. There are ways and means around it. We can sort it out. Oh, okay, I shall leave it there because it's now been over the 4 hours. So I shall go ahead and clean up various bits and pieces in this build, and I shall put it out in an hour or so, an hour-ish. So keep an eye on Steam for an update. And yeah, and I shall see everyone on Sunday. So have a great rest of the week, everyone, and I shall see you on the next stream. Bye for now.
Workspace, neath the neon lights, crafting dreams of starships, coding through the nights. Claire runs the forums, heart open wide, a community nurtured with her love and pride. Galaxies and star charts fill Dan's weary mind. He's reaching for the future, leaving Earth behind. Claire's got the answers for every fan's plight. Together they're a beacon, shining in the night. Whoa, Dan builds the starships that fly through our skies, while Claire holds the hearts where the universe lies. In the vast dark void, they bring the light, building dreams together until morning's first sight. Late night coffee, lines of code, Dan's eyes grow dim, but Claire's gentle touch keeps his faith within. She's the tether to Earth when he drifts too far, guiding him back like the North Star. Forums humming softly, Claire's voice rings clear, a kind word for strangers, bringing them near. Dan's worlds are endless, bound only by time, yet it's Claire's love and hope that makes them shine. Whoa, Dan builds the starships that fly through our skies, while Claire holds the hearts where the universe lies. In the vast dark void, they bring the light, building dreams together until morning's first sight. Whoa, Dan builds the starships that fly through our skies, while Claire holds the hearts where the universe lies. In the vast dark void, they bring the light, building dreams together until morning's first sight.